Yuan Ling Ming. Welcome everybody to the basics workshop of Ren Shui and Yuan Gong. We're going to learn a lot in the next 16 hours, and I hope it will benefit your life as much as it did mine once I learned these things that I did learn and that I'm sharing with you now. I hope you've all settled in a nice place and with something to drink and a pen or something to write. And I would like you to make sure that you're really enjoying this. We're not sitting in school, so we are going to not necessarily needing, we won't be writing an exam, and that's why you can completely relax into the Chi field. We will learn what the Chi field is. There is no need for you to sit cross-legged instead, except you want to. You can just settle into a chair and or wherever you sit and open yourself to the information, to the Chi field, to the new information that might be new to you in your life, new to you, to your knowledge. Just allow it to go in for now. And there is no need for you to having to remember anything right away. The basics workshop is all about learning the basics of how to live your life in a healthy and happy way. Following the laws of the universe. You will have this workshop available for a while, so you can go forward and backwards, rewatch the parts as you go along. And also you have received fairly how do you say it in English? Decent handouts. They're pretty they have a big volume. They're pretty much how we're going to go along throughout the workshop. And really almost all the information is in there, except maybe one or two things which I didn't put in for a specific reason. But I will ask you to write it down. There's one or two phrases that I didn't put into the handouts. in order for you to really see that this is a very important part of information that comes your way. Really everything that's in the handouts and that I will tell you in these 16 hours is important for being able to live a healthy and happy life. Or if you're not there yet, living a happy and healthy life, then the information, all you have is necessary for you to be bringing it back onto that course. You won't be able to remember everything of all of the information that will come your way. And so the basics workshop is for you to have a good guidance into the basics. It's for you to have a good initiation into the basics of living with chi and following the universal laws in order to be able to live a happy and healthy life. You yourself will learn most of what I will be introducing to you actually pretty much only through application. You will see a lot of the concepts are going to be very new for you. A lot of the concepts might be really different from what you've heard before. Some of the concepts will be more expensive of what you have heard somewhere before. Maybe some things actually also might be to the contrary of what you have believed to be true. But now at the beginning, I would like you to ask you first to try to deal with the information without much judgment, first of all, without much discerning. Oh, I like this. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't think that's true. Oh, I think that's true. Oh, that sounds like way too much. That sounds like impossible. Oh, this sounds too good to be true. There is all sorts of things that your mind might be thinking, that you might be thinking, or all sorts of thoughts that might pop up in your head regarding to what you hear. So if you go ahead and apply what you learn in these 16 hours for 3 to 4 months, just a while in your life, but apply it the way that you will be taught from me here. And then observe how your life is then. Has something changed? And what has changed? And What are your experiences? Once you have applied for 3 to 4 months what you have learned, that's a good time to decide if you like what you have learned or not like what you've learned, and if you are going to apply it in your life or if you're not going to apply it in your life. What I am about to share with you is knowledge that can not only be obtained through hearing it or reading it. This knowledge needs to be experienced. And experience, you will some of it in this workshop while we do the practice, while we do the exercises. And some you will experience afterwards, outside of the workshop. This is the only way how knowledge can become yours. Knowledge that has been processed through your whole system, through you, the human being, through your body, through your chi, and through your Shen. Shen is the entire mechanism of your mind and everything that goes with it. We'll hear about this a little later. So, the way I teach you is the way how I have learned it from Yuan, our teacher, from today on, also your teacher, my teacher. Yuan is obviously from China and has cultivated his life and his chi since a very early age in his life. And he has worked very hard. And he has shared all of it with us teachers. He is holding nothing back. A lot of this knowledge has been kept secret over the centuries and thousands, over the millennia actually. This is why the knowledge is not yet very well disseminated, or not very common is a good way of saying it. Often a student had to go through huge tests to even be allowed to learn some of those secrets. Janse has done a few of those exams, and he just shares it all with us. It's time for humanity to have these partially secrets, partially knowledge handy for everybody to use. Another reason why some of this knowledge has been not well known to humanity is exactly that aspect that I've been talking about before. It is the aspect that if you do not apply, a lot of what I will be teaching you will stay fuzzy, is maybe a good way of describing it. Not understandable, not tangible. It will stay away from you. It will stay kind of non-realistic in a way. Because only through application, the information and the experiences become real and it becomes knowledge. This requires some effort. But I can tell you from my own experience that this effort is really beautiful. The methods that Yuan has developed are soft, round, gentle, flowing. They're beautiful to watch, they're beautiful to practice. And the work on the Shen level, the mind consciousness level, the work on yourself might be sometimes not easy. This is why effort is necessary. But the effect, what you're going to reap, what you're going to harvest, what you're going to benefit or receive from that work that you will be doing on those levels will give you a lot of freedom, health, and peace, harmony. This comes after the effort. We'll be talking about this a little bit more right away. But first, I just want to let you know one thing that Janse has taught us teachers. So the learning in the Chi field is a bit different. That's why I told you before you're not in school. There is 3 ways of transmissions that will be happening in these 16 hours. One is demonstration. The second way of transmission is verbal. So I will be showing you things, demonstrating you things, and I will be talking in words so you can hear and listen. I would like to ask you to listen with your heart as well. As only with your ears. The third way of transmission is Shen to Shen. You could also call it heart to heart. Directly. From my mind, heart, Shen, to your mind, heart, Shen. This is going directly via Qi, and why this works is because of Qi. I will be explaining this a little bit more right away. For now, just take it in. So your heart is connected with my heart, and our heart is connected with Yangtze. And this way of transmitting information, the three transmission, are one reason why you don't have to be worrying about remembering everything. Because the chi will go and carry out from my Shen and will carry the information over into your Shen, your heart and mind, and it will be stored in there for whenever you will be ready to process it, it will be there. This also means that the information can go in way deeper than usual, just hearing something. Also, you will not be sitting any exams, so you will not have to worry about that aspect either, if you can remember something or not. You will probably find that you remember quite a lot still, because the pressure of needing to remember something often brings us the exact opposite result, that it's more difficult to remember something. So I would like you to just enjoy and learn with an open heart and joy. At this stage, I would like you to ask to please not pass on the links of the workshop or the handouts, and also not pass on the handouts to others without asking. This has a reason. The reason, it has several reasons, but the main reason being that a lot of the information, maybe you have been reading the handouts, I've been sending them out a day ago. A lot of this information needs explanation. So although the handouts are quite thorough, to get them in its entire, in its totality context, needs explanation, needs more information. This knowledge or this information is extremely valuable, and we, that means Renshu practitioners, would like this information to not be thinned out, to not lose its value, to not lose its effects, and to not lose its truth. This information, this knowledge that you will learn in this basics workshop are the basics. They are the fundament for a healthy and happy life, a fulfilled life, a purposeful life. These are the fundamentals that you need to be able to follow the healthy universal laws, the laws regarding a healthy human life. If they are not being applied within the right understanding, within a thorough understanding, people might still get some good effects and good benefits, but maybe not to its full potential. And that would be nothing short but sad, because humans do need help. If you look out into the current world of humans, not everything is hunky-dory. There's a lot of sickness, a lot of pain and suffering, a lot of problems. If you follow the universal laws as a human being, if you follow the human laws for a healthy human life, which are the human laws are part of the universal laws, you will be able to transform your life into a life that is less problematic. I can speak from experience myself, and also I can look at all the students from Janssen, fellow teachers, fellow Renshu practitioners, and my students. There is a lot of very positive progress there, a lot of positive change. Now, this would be the reason for why we would like people to learn in a decent setting according to the laws of the universe, having the full access to the whole total information. So at least if that person who learns and gets the information can know that they are safe and that they have everything they need to achieve a healthier and happier life. So thank you for your respect, for not passing on the information yourself. It's better to refer others to teachers, and you might want to refer people. When I learned all of this from Yuan quite a few years ago now, by now, I was just like, wow, I have to share this with the whole world. Like, every human being needs to know this. That's why I became a teacher. I will be talking along, explaining, teaching, transmitting information to you. And if at some stage you have a question, you can just write me an email. And for those of you who are doing this workshop live, I will answer it maybe in the course. And if not live, then I will be answering you via email. But I will do my best to teach thoroughly according to the totality of the universal laws. And sometimes when you might have a question, it might be that I might be answering the question a few minutes down or a few minutes into the course. Every answer can impossibly be answered. What am I saying? Question. Every question that might come up for you might not possible to be answered right away, because often some application is needed to actually find the answers for yourself. When we're working with chi and consciousness of a human being, not everything is easily transmittable in words. And the heart-to-heart transmission will transmit the information, but it requires application on your part to be able to process it on that level and to have access to this information. This might all sound a little bit ominous. I agree with you, but this is a little bit how human life is. Another aspect of human life is that if you have one question answered, you will have another question or maybe three. So, patience, but also no holding back. If you have a question, go ahead and ask it. At this point, I will check in with the emails in case anybody had some problems or already a question or anything going on. Not so far. Good. Then let's commence. I've talked a lot about a healthy human life, and I've talked about the universal laws. Let's look at health first. Health is an interesting definition or word or term. What is health? What does it mean to be healthy? Seemingly every human being has his own understanding of that. The World Health Organization has also got some guidelines to that, and so do we. You can Google that, you know, guidelines for health or standards of health of the World Health Organization. Not necessarily now, maybe Googling it, stay with me, but after, if you're interested. In Renshe, we do also have standards of health. Those standards of health are attainable. It means that they are no wish or wishful thinking only. You can create and manifest this standard of health. Most human beings can get there. It does depend on where you are at the moment, of how long this might take. And probably you will work your entire life on fulfilling this standard of health. Let's look at the standard of health. First, we have to be free of pain and disease. The physical body is being healthy. Of course, you're saying, because isn't that what health means? To be physically healthy? Yes, of course it is. But we in Ren Shui do not stop there. And also, it's worth to have a little look at that. So, what does it mean to be physically healthy? We want to be pain-free at all times. When we have pain, we want to be able to make ourselves pain-free again. This is a potential of the human being, of every human being, if you know how to follow the laws of human health according to the universe. I'm gonna veer off here a little bit and talk about the laws of the universe a little bit. And then I will continue with the standard of health. This is something I would like you to write down. I would like you to write it down somewhere where you find space on the handouts, or an important note that you will add later on to your handouts. Following the universal laws is necessary in order to be able to live a healthy human life. The universal laws are a totality. They are how they are. This is how the universe functions, and this is how the universe is functioning. Let's look at it. For example, here you know that the planets are circling around the sun in our galaxy, in our solar system. Do you think you can change that? No, right? So, if you want to fly into space, you will have to follow the laws in this area. Here on Earth, we have something that's called gravity, which is one example for a universal law. If you're holding up an apple and you turn your hand around, what will the apple do? The apple will fall down. If you want it or not, it's a universal law, is it? Human health has these kind of universal laws as well. If a human being manages to follow those laws, this human being will be healthy, living a fulfilled life. If that human being does not follow those laws, either because he or she doesn't know or he or she doesn't want to, we will have to deal with unhealthy effects, which usually is something we would also call negative effects. Because most of us think that health is something positive and the opposite is something negative. Let's look at this a little bit. How do you feel when I tell you that? What's happening in your mind when I tell you that? Are you a human being? Do you know the universal laws for a human being? Are you following them? Are you sick? Are you sometimes sick or in pain? Why is this? Do you know? Do you not know? How does it taste to be said what I tell you? At this stage, I want to say something. Everything I will share with you is with the one reason, and that is to help you get the know-how of how you can make your life better, how you can heal your life, how you can heal your whole life. That's the only reason. So if there's something, when I say something that might trigger some negative emotion in you, or a feeling of not feeling very nice, that means that maybe you didn't know better before, or maybe you were taught something else before, or maybe you thought differently about something, and that's okay. You will have to apply the concepts, theories, and methods in a step-by-step process. But if you do that with an open heart and honestly applying, you will find out and explore for yourself the positive and healthy benefits for your health and life. The universal laws are a very complex matter. And as I like to say, the universe does not send us emails with exact and detailed information or definitions of what we're doing wrong. Humans have to observe oneself, have to observe what works and what doesn't. And this has been a big process. This is, for example, what we call science. We explore, we try, we do, we think, and we observe. And then we can see the results, the effects. In order to observe the universal laws, you need chi as a human being. Why that is, I will explain a little later when we talk more detailed about chi. For now, just make sure that you have noted to yourself and have become aware that there is something like universal laws, human universal laws as well, and that you are part of that you are an integral part of that. Why? Well, there's only one universe, right? And everything is in the universe. And that means everything that is in the universe is part of the universe. And you are one of that, one part. So there's many universal laws, and humans have their own laws, as well as each human being also has their individual law that is only for them. Like there is no leaf on any tree anywhere in the world that is similar to the next one. Every human being is a total individuum and has an individual law to themselves. If we follow the universal laws, we will find out and be able to determine our individual law. We will also be able to change and make it better, uplift our destiny, our individual law, which in Chinese is actually the name Tao. So you've heard that word, Tao. So the Tao are the universal laws, and the individual Tao is your individual law. Human Tao are the human laws. So if we look at it from that perspective, it actually is really, really simple in theory. Humans follow the universal laws for human health and happiness, and this is exactly what you will have. This is exactly what you will be, healthy and happy. If this human being does not follow those laws, the universal ones, the human laws, and the corresponding individual law, this human will lose health and happiness, or one or the other, or both. If you are going to apply Wen Shui in your future life, I can only recommend that. This is the fundament that you will always come back to. Everything you will learn from here on out is built on this information. The universal laws are the beginning at everything, the beginning of the universe itself. They are the fundament. So it's not the beginning, they are the fundament where everything is built upon, where everything is based upon, is supported by, and is nourished by, and origins from, comes from. Nobody can get away from the universal laws. I'm smiling because I just wanted to say nobody can ignore the human laws. And then I had to smile because that's not quite right. Actually, we humans are masters in ignoring. One part comes from not knowing, the other part comes from arrogance. If you want a happy and healthy life, we need to disperse and dispel ignorance and arrogance. We need to constantly learn, we need to apply, and we need to keep purifying it, keep getting better, keep changing, keep correcting, and keep purifying. Xiu Lian in Chinese. Problems do not go away by themselves on their own, and ignoring the universal laws or not knowing the universal laws leads to failing to follow the universal laws. And this brings about the effects of unhealthiness, unhappiness, and problems. If this tastes well or not, I hope it does. I hope you take this knowledge, this information as an inspiration from now on, and with determination, like an explorer, go ahead and be your own explorer. From now on in your life, a lot of the universal laws I can teach you. Everything you learn from me in those 16 hours is what I have learned from Yangtze, is what I have applied, and what I am still applying. And some of the parts I'm still working on trying to apply as good as possible, but I'm doing the best I can. Everything you learn here is based and following the universal laws. This makes something very interesting happening, or very important aspect here is actually safety. Safety is number one in Renshu. If we follow things and it's just a human belief that it's healthy, a lot of human beings had to deal with unhealthy results due to this. It needs to be based upon the universal laws. This sounds very theoretic. Let's make it more basic. Let's make it more practical. For example, about 30, 40 years ago, 2016, 50s, 20s, well, probably further back, cigarettes were very in, and even doctors have given out cigarettes with the notion that they are helping to calm one down. In a way, they're beneficial for health, was what the statement was, because being calmer and being more relaxed is important. How do we think about cigarettes today? We do know a lot more about how damaging they are, and therefore, I don't think any doctor is giving out cigarettes anymore. So, cigarettes being healthy is not a universal law, to make it simple. Do you get the gist of it now a little bit better? Of there is a lot of things that we thought as a human society, as a human individual, that is healthy, and later on we're finding out that it's not all that healthy altogether. And that is because we have been applying things, using things, thinking things, doing things that actually are not going with the universal laws of health of a human being or the planet. If we would have had all the knowledge these days about atom environment issues, about nuclear bombs, about simply, how do you call them, the plants, power plants, nuclear power plants, we probably would not build them anymore because we don't know how to get rid of it. But this is now that we know, we have explored. And this is just an example. But here we are at a very, very important aspect of why we need to learn about Qi. Why we need to learn Yuan Gong. Why do we need to learn about these things? It is because if you know Qi as an objective reality, if you can observe it, you can observe the universal laws in the present, in the here and now, and you do not have to wait 5, 10, 15, maybe 20 years for seeing some effects. You can see the effects or perceive the effects immediately. We will learn about why, but maybe this is something you want to take a note of. In order to observe the universal laws right away, one needs chi. One needs to be able to observe chi. Either sense it, feel it, or see it, or know what it's doing. Know about chi. More knowledge about chi will be highly beneficial in revolutionizing the understanding about the universe. This will become clearer as we go along through the specific points of this basic workshop, and you will get more and more understanding why that is the way it is, why we need chi in order to observe the universal laws in the right way, to be able to really create healthy effects. At this point, you can also write down one more thing. One of the biggest and very, very important laws of the universe is cause and effect. While you're doing that, I'll just have to check something with the light. Cause and effect. So, if we human beings follow the universal laws, we create healthy causes, which will in turn create healthy effects. If we're not healthy right now and we start to create healthier causes, you could also say if we start to cause healthier things, we will harvest and create, make better, healthier effects. And then this effect will enable us to create even healthier causes, which in turn again will become even healthier effects. So we're creating like this upward spiral, probably with some up and downs, but constantly uplifting and getting better and better and healthier and happier and happier. Okay? There's many laws, and I can't all give them to you like this, step by step, because then we would be sitting here 3 months or probably 3,000 years. But I do you one better. I know we human beings are very trained to get detailed, linear approach when we learn from 1 to 2 to 3. But in Renshu, we do that a little bit different. I do you one better. I give you the tools and the know-how to start exploring the universal laws yourself. So you can follow them in your own terms and speed, according to your own condition, and from wherever you have started, because everyone starts at a different place. But you get the basics, and with the basics, you can go ahead and make yourself healthier and better. On the way or along the way, you will be having a deep insight and realizations into the universal laws, and this is how you will get wise, knowledgeable, truly knowledgeable, not just information that you have gained through books or teachers, hearing, listening to your teachers in school, listening to your parents, listening to friends, listening to your religious leaders, listening to your whole society, your social environment. Every human being is a powerful living being with its own individual laws, part of the universe, and responsible for their own life. We will find out more and more about that as well in the basics course as we go through the coming information. As we know more about what a human being is and how it functions, the human being, the more we know why, the more we understand. So let's return to the standards of health, because they are actually quite important. Because if everybody would have a different standard, then it is easy for someone to come to the conclusion that it's not necessary to put in effort to follow the universal laws. Following the universal laws is, especially in the beginning, when you start working with that, when you haven't known about that there's something, such a thing, it's not always easy. And so you need good understanding to be, to first initiate the process and then to stay inspired. And inspiration is necessary to be able to stay determined. To be able to work consistent, to uphold the effort. A good standard is necessary because we are comparing everything to that standard in our life. Okay? Human consciousness, human thinking, human Shen is always comparing, judging, discerning, all the time, every moment. And what are you comparing with? What are you judged about? What are you discerning from? It's the standards, the knowledge, the understanding we have. So in Renshu, physical health for us means being pain-free all the time, always, at all times. Being free of disease. If you're not there yet, that means that you still have to work on chi, body, and your mind. We'll explain why on those three things. This goes for the next points too. I would like to invite you to relate everything to yourself from here on out. This is the most beneficial way in learning. It's quite warm in here. Relate everything to yourself, not to the others or what you see in others. Relate it all to yourself. Bring it all to you. You will get the most benefits out of this course then. Some of it might sting a little bit if it's not that way it should be. But if we don't know something isn't the way it should be according to the laws of the universe, or it's not the way it could be according to the laws of the universe, then we wouldn't know that we have some work to do. Then we wouldn't know that we have some effort to make. And then we won't make the effort, and we will not be causing healthy causes, and we will not benefit and enjoy healthy effects. Finding out what's wrong is very important in order to be able to move up the sleeves, is what we say in Austria, and get going, start working on it. In our standard of health, you are pain-free and healthy and free of disease. That's when you have that's when you have attained physical health. We don't mean that you are getting the flu all 2 or 3 years. That's not healthy. Having headaches sometimes. It's just examples. You can go ahead and do your own thinking on there. Pain-free and free of disease or illness. Ask yourself about the next level. Joy, happiness. We're talking about a peaceful, calm, serene feeling. We're talking about the absence of negative emotions. In Renshu, we actually call them unhealthy emotions. So what is that? That is anger, sadness, grief, overjoy, fear, worry, pressure. There's many more, but you get the gist, right? To have the constant state of being relaxed, calm, and natural. To have a constant present feeling and perceivable feeling of happy, of joy. One thing I want to note here, which is kind of important. In Ren Shui, as well as in traditional Chinese medicine, excitement is called overjoy and is also a negative emotion. It's depleting, using up way too much heart chi. You will be able to learn much more about that in the fourth method, which is not part of the basics course. That's part of the Yuan course. But there is a lot of detailed information about that, which you can do online whenever you want. It's ready, recorded. What that is, we'll learn a bit later, Yuan, when we go through the Yuan Gong methods. So we're talking about a calm sense of joy, a calm sense, a very nurturing, constant, gentle or smooth sense of happiness. We're talking about the absence of negative emotions, the absence of unhealthy emotions. There's a bit to be said to that, because there is this concept in the human world about, but crying is a relief, but anger brings relief. Okay, let's explore this a little bit, because it's really, really important to understand that this is a very important standard to uphold and to see if you want to say that you're healthy. When there's negative emotions, how do you feel? Do you feel great when you're angry, enraged, pissed off, annoyed, frustrated? I hear it often. I'm not angry, I'm frustrated. It's just different levels of negative emotions, right? So rage would be the top, and slightly being annoyed or frustrated is in between, all the range of anger. Sadness. Do you like crying? Really? Do you prefer laughing or smiling? And the emotion, the state of consciousness, the way you feel that comes with it? Or do you prefer crying? How do you feel when you're stressed, when you're nervous, when you're anxious, when you have pressure, when you feel pressured by time or circumstances or necessary results? How are you feeling when you're grieving for something or someone? A lot of people would say that's a natural process. In Rensha, we have a little bit a different aspect on that, or view on that. For now, we put it into it's a negative, it's an unhealthy emotion. Why is it unhealthy? Because it damages pure organ chi, or the chi of your organs, which of course is then damaging the organs. So for now, you can do a little bit more thinking on that. The standard of health is to be free of unhealthy emotions. And if you are not there yet, you have some work to do ahead of you. If you want to be free of them, that is. If you don't mind feeling very angry or very sad or very upset or very scared, it's your life, it's your responsibility, but also your choice. I'm going to say one thing here, though. Your life is a totality, just like the whole universe is a totality. And we have already said you are a human being, which would be this at the finger, and the whole universe. And if there is a human being in the universe, you're part of the universe. So you're part of the totality of the universe, as well as you are a totality. We hear more about that. So if something is unhealthy, like an emotion, there will be ramification in the totality. There will be ramification in your physical health, and maybe even in the environment, maybe even in the universe. You are connected and always part of the whole universe. And you're influenced by it, and you are influencing it. Let's move on to the next point of standard of health, which is a strong sense of well-being. This should always be present, a strong sense of well-being. It's a little higher than physical health or the absence of negative emotion. You shouldn't be like this. There should be a strong sense of well-being, constantly, all the time, not once a month. The next standard of health is healthy relationships, beneficial relationships. Beneficial relationships to yourself, to your friends and family, to the people you don't know, to your social structures, your social environment, to other social environments, to nature, with nature, and with the entire universe. Have you got a relationship with the universe? Latest now you know you're connected, but are you able to perceive the universe? Do you have a healthy relationship with the universe? Do you feel nurtured by the universe? Do you have anything to do with the universe at all? It seems quite far-fetched if one does not do exact thinking or good thinking on, or aware thinking of the universe and me. So the universe and me. Where are you sitting? You're sitting on one place on planet Earth, right? Wherever you are, in the Caribbean, in California, in Mannheim, Germany, in Kitzbühel, Austria, in Italy, in New Zealand, wherever you are, in Africa, wherever you are, this place is part of a continent, and this continent is within some ocean, and all of that is on planet Earth, and planet Earth is in the solar system, and the solar system is within a galaxy, and this galaxy is within a super galaxy, and the super galaxy is part and within the universe. So, do you think it is important at all to have a relationship with the universe? To be in communication with it? Actually, to be able to communicate with it? Or is it just too far-fetched? Is it just something that has nothing to do with you? How about with nature? Are you being nourished by nature? Is nature important for you to survive, to live? Would it be good to have a healthy relationship with nature? This is something that is very common right now in human thinking. Environmentalism is big, and thank goodness it is. How about with your social structures, your social environment? Do you think you would have a very strong sense of well-being when your whole neighborhood doesn't like you? Or you just simply not care? Or when even more if they're actually wanting to harm you? A healthy and harmonious relationship with where you work, where your children go to school, your family, your country. If you don't have a healthy relationship with yourself, meaning you don't have a strong sense of well-being, you are stuck in some unhealthy negative emotions, you are full of fear or anger or rage or worry or grief, stress, overworked, rushed. If you have pain, if you're in sickness, do you think you're capable of having a healthy relationship with others if this relationship with yourself, there's no well-being, lots of emotions and pain and suffering? Will your relationship be harmonious? Will you be able to have harmonious relationship with others, society, nature, or the universe? When you don't have a healthy relationship with self, I trust you found the right answer, the healthy answer for yourself inside of you. So is it important to take it in a standard of health? The thing that we compare constantly if we need to do some adjustment, some correction, some shiu. Shiu is Chinese for correcting. How about the next point? Wisdom. Realization and wisdom. You're intelligent, great. You have a good imagination, great. Are you wise? What is a level of wisdom? In Renshe, we make it very simple. A human being who is able to attain the first four parts is a wise person, is a wise human being, someone who is able to have healthy relationships with self, others, nature, and the universe, who has a strong sense of well-being constantly, where the absence of negative and unhealthy emotions is constant, a presence of joy, peace, and harmony, and where you are able to keep yourself pain-free and free of sickness. And if it comes up, to adjust and come back to follow the laws and correct the pain, make yourself pain-free. This is wisdom, and wisdom comes from knowing. In the German language, it makes a more, because knowledge is the word of Wissen. And so wisdom or Weisheit comes from Wissen. So knowledge comes from, wisdom comes from knowledge, right? And the knowledge needs to be experienced knowledge. It needs to be lived knowledge. It needs to be, the knowledge that you have attained needs to be processed and experienced in order to become, it needs to be applied in order to become true wisdom, true knowledge. So these are the standards of health in Ren Shui. By the way, what is Ren Shui? Ren Shui, Ren is Chinese for human or human society. And Shui, Shui, Xue, means a body of knowledge that has been proved through application and observation of results. You might know the word of feng shui or feng shui. Feng shui. Okay, ren shui, body of knowledge that has been proved through application and observation of positive and healthy outcomes and effects. And we all applied it onto Ren, human, oneself and others. So this brings us to what is Yuan Gong. Yuan Gong is the system, the Qigong system of Ren Shui. Qigong, basically, if you translate it, means the work with Qi or the ability to work with Qi. What is Qigong? Qigong are all the methods. It doesn't matter if you call them Qigong or not, but Qigong are methods that are firstly to be practiced self-autonomously. That means by you, yourself, in order, and that's very, very important because every human being has their own individual law, and actually that human being knows best about self. This is why we need to do this work, to get to know ourselves better and also to really get in touch with what's really going on. Usually we cannot share the depth of our being with others. It takes a lot of honesty, courage, and willpower to look at self in order to regulate and correct and purify everything that does not go according to the laws of the universe. To correct and purify everything and change everything that does not follow the laws of human health. to have this fulfilled life full of the standards of health. So self-autonomously is where we want to get to. It's actually the essence of a Ren Shui. So Qigong are supposed to be methods to be practiced self-autonomously. And those methods, they're using the body, movements, and body postures. You also will be using breath or breathing qi, and you also will be using the consciousness. And you have to use all of these aspects, the body, breathing, qi, and the consciousness, for it to be defined as a Qigong. Yeah? You will be using these three things to cause positive and constantly or continuously positive changes in Qi. Why? We will learn that. Why in Qi? So we're using the body, breathing, and the consciousness to continuously cause positive changes in Qi. And we do that in order to benefit life and the development of consciousness, health, and consciousness. Okay? So we use the three things self-autonomously to cause continuous positive changes in Qi in order to benefit health and consciousness development, wisdom development. This is a definition of what Qigong should be, and this is what we need to choose a good Qigong system. And our Qigong system in Ren Shui is called Yuan Gong. Yuan means whole, total, round, everything in one. And Gong is the work, so the total work. And we have some elements, we have 4 essential elements in this work of Yuan Gong. You don't have to worry too much about Yuan Gong or Ren Shui. You can call it Ren Shui or the Qigong system of Ren Shui. Yuan Gong is the work on Qi, actually. Ren Shui is the work on the whole entire life. It's actually the short version for Yuan Tse Ren Shui. Yuan again means whole, all, everything. Tse is a respectful term for someone who does that, and Ren Shui we've explained. Let's have a look at Yuan Gong and the 4 essential elements of Shi Luen. Life cultivation. So as I've said before, I think Xiu means correcting. What needs to be corrected? Everything that goes against the laws of health and happiness. Everything that goes against the universal laws. Lian means purifying, refining. So once we've corrected it, we need to keep purifying it, we need to keep refining it, we need to keep making it better, because in the standards of health, upwards, there is no limit. Yeah? So first you help yourself to get healthier and healthy. Then you are going to raise the level of health from ordinary to extraordinary. That is the potential of applying Ren Shui to change your destiny, to change the law of your individual life, and then to change the law of many. It is necessary to correct things because problems do not go away by themselves. But you can. With what you learn here in the basics workshop, and then you learn some more about Ren Shui, about the patterns of the consciousness, which is where we get to right away. And then you also need to learn probably Ren Yuan, the third method, and Shayon, the fourth method, and later on, in a while, the fifth and sixth methods, and then 7, 8, and 9. But first, we're here in the basics workshop where you will be learning a few supplementary exercises, the basics, understanding in theory how to build a chi field, and the first and second method of the Yuan Gong system. But it is really, really important to see Yuan Gong not only as a Qigong system. We'll look at the 4 essential elements here now in order to understand that better. If you do not look at the 4 essential elements and work on them or take them into your heart and your head, your mind, fully, you might lose a lot of benefits. You might not achieve extraordinary health or even restoring health, depending on where you are. You might not be able to create a happy, fulfilled life. So let's look at the 4 essential elements. Number 1, consistent and determined effort, dedicated effort is important on Xing, the heart and the head, the mind or consciousness, and the body and Qi. So you need to make Shen, Qing, the body, and Qi better. That's important to work on all 3 aspects. If you decide to only work on consciousness, for example, to only meditate or only look at the way you think and only look at the way you feel, where you are at now, you might have already developed problems in the body. If you have problems in the body, it will be extremely difficult to be in a healthy state of consciousness all the time. So being able to work on your consciousness only is a not very good understanding of your overall life, the totality of your life. Human life is a totality of Qing, the body, Qi, and Shen, the entire manifestation of mind, consciousness, heart of a human being. So you need to work on all the aspects. If you decide to work on the body only, then again it will be very limited, because you are three things. You are the totality of consciousness, chi, and body. And also all three things are an integral part of one totality. And you also can influence one another. They also do influence one another. And if you're working on only one aspect of three, it should be very apparent how literal, limited, how literally limited your influence will be. Can you understand that? Yes, right? Let's look at the other points first before I go a little deeper into that. The second aspect is learn diligently. Observe oneself keenly and act out of good intention and kindness. I've already talked about this a little bit. First, the learning is necessary in order to find out what the universal laws might be. Observing oneself keenly is necessary in order to find out what we are not doing, to know what needs to be corrected and changed in order to get better. And acting out of good intention and kindness means to yourself first and foremost, and also to others. But to yourself first and foremost, are you kind to yourself when you exhaust yourself with exercise, work, sacrificing for others, taking care of others only, not yourself, taking care of money only, maybe? Taking care of pure survival only? The bare necessities only? Is that being a good intention for your life? If those are your choices, your intention, is your intention good, healthy? Does it mean, do you want to develop wisdom? If you take the standards of health, wisdom is in the bottom right. What happens if you turn them around? Wisdom is the tip, and if there's no wisdom, the rest cannot happen. You can also turn it around and say wisdom is the fundament. It's the fundament, and if there's, you can't build upon, you can't create the other things if the fundament is not based on wisdom. Yes? So the good intention should be to wanting to develop wisdom, to wanting to be healthy, to fulfill the standard of health, have good relationships. And kind Are you kind to yourself? If you have developed some disease, sickness, or pain, do you think you have been kind to yourself? When you allow anger and sadness to go free, do you think you're kind to yourself? It damages a very important part of chi, which is organ chi. We'll hear about this a little bit more right away. Do you think this is kind to damage yourself, a part of yourself? Not following the laws, not observing yourself keenly. If you are, do you think this is kind? And how can you be kind to others if you can't be kind with yourself, towards yourself? Respecting yourself, loving yourself. We have something in Renshu, this is called the 5 Shin qualities. Shin means the heart, X-I-N, it's the heart. And you might want to write that down. I didn't write those down. The 5 Shin qualities. X-I-N of a human being. The 5 Shin qualities are trust, number 1, followed by openness, followed by love, unconditional love towards self and others. Gratitude, and Gong. Gong, like G-O-N-G and then J-I-N-G. Gong, Ying. Gong. That means humility and true respect. True respect and humility. It's the Chinese word for true respect and humility because those two go together. So those 5 Shin qualities are supposed to be always present. And if you're not very kind to yourself. Those 5 Shin qualities, the 5 heart qualities, are supposed to be a constant present in your heart, in your whole self. The third point of the 4 elements in Xiu Lian are Xiu Lian. Sometimes I don't get the words out either. Life cultivation, we can call it that, are transform patterns, uplift Shen and the consciousness. Patterns are our habitual behavior, ways of thinking, belief systems, lifestyle patterns, habits of what we do. And we need to make sure to transform all the unhealthy patterns into healthy ones. All the patterns we have, which is we function through patterns, that has to do with anatomy and physiology actually, because our brain is forming neurological pathways in which the nervous system is operating on a physical anatomical way. It's organizing our life. It has to do a lot with pure organ chi, because organs have the aspect of consciousness somewhere, which now it gets very complex. More about that in the 3rd workshop, which is Sha Yuan, the 4th method, where I talk a lot about organ health and pure organ chi. we can only learn what we learn now, right? But we need to transform those habits, those patterns, importantly, because they automize our reactions, they automize our behavior. And if we are like a machine running after patterns only, we will not be making good decisions, good behavior all the time. And so, therefore, we need to raise Shen, the level of our wisdom and of our consciousness, in order to be able to transform patterns. We need to gain understanding, realization, and wisdom to know about why we transform a habit and a behavior, and we need to have the understanding and wisdom also to know how we're going to do that, because that's not such a simple task. Once something is automized and once it has become a neurological pathway, once we learned this is how we function, this is how I do things, this is what I like, this is what I don't like. What if the things that you do like are going against the healthy laws of a human? What if the things that you don't like would be very important in order to follow the universal laws, to fulfill your destiny, to fulfill your purpose of life? What if that's happening? That's why we need to transform patterns of the consciousness and can not only sit quietly and meditate, or cannot only work and exercise our body. Or that's also why we cannot only work on qi, doing only qigong methods, and then go out and smoke and drink a lot of beer and do whatever we do. In Austria, it's beer drinking mostly. I guess in America that would be whiskey. In Russia, that would be vodka. Okay, you get the gist. You get the drift, right? There is much more than just drinking. That and drinking a glass of wine is not so bad, Yuan says. So it's up to, we need to explore our own life, observe oneself keenly to transform those patterns. But we need to transform unhealthy patterns in healthy patterns. So the automized way of how we humans live our life, due to anatomical and physiological reasons as well, this is just another law of the universe. It's a law of the consciousness of a human being. And the universal laws of a human consciousness are very complex, extremely complex. Okay? So we need to start at our behavior and habits on the lifestyle, and how we sleep, how we eat, how we walk, how we sit, how we drink, what we do, how we think, how we behave with others, how we behave with ourselves, how we respect ourselves, how we respect others, how we work. How we live. I think I got it all now. Okay. So it might at some times sound all a bit daunting. It might at some times sound all a bit much. If you're honest, you probably already will be able to observe a lot of patterns that you might need to change. That's okay. It's okay because it's the beginning. And we need to learn this in order to be able to make change. But you will see, once you have applied it for a while, a few months, 2 or 3 years, you're gonna be wowed by the results. You're gonna be wowed by the effects that you have reaped and that you are harvesting, that you are experiencing. You will be wowed how your life looks like now after a while of application. If you do apply the way I be teaching you and what I'm teaching you, you will, I can assure you, you will observe and experience positive effects on your life and health. The fourth aspect of Shu Lian is Qi Du Ren, which again is Chinese. Qi Du Ren. It's the motto of Ren Shui. It's our guideline. It's our basic understanding of how we live our life. Or it's not basic understanding of how we live our life, sorry. It's our guidelines that we are, following in order to follow the universal laws. And it also is a universal law. And it is in English, help yourself and know how to help yourself, actually. And then help others and know how to healthily help others, safely and effectively, creating a bright life. So first you learn yourself what is truly beneficial, what is really healthy, and what might not be safe and not effective. Some people try things for 20, 30 years and haven't made much progress in changing oneself, changing the patterns, the behavior, the lifestyle, or changing a sickness, a disease. And I want to say one thing here, right? Because it is important. It's a basic as well. It belongs into the basics workshop. What you're hearing, some of it might later on, as soon as we go into the Qi, which we're doing after the little break we're going to make now, some of what you will hear might sound almost miraculous to you or almost unrealistic, but it's highly realistic. It's been approved, or it's been proved by observation and experiencing of results from many, many human beings. But it's not miracles. And there is a lot of work involved, a lot of effort is involved. Unless you're 2 years old, and which none of you are, and you just start your life in this life, you might be able to have less work to repair. You still will have a lot of effort, because following the universal laws and finding out needs to be done by everyone's self. But that's the funny thing, because the universal laws are pretty much the universal laws. They function, the planet functions for everybody the same, and the body, Qi and Shen complex, totality, works for everybody the same as well. But how we apply might vary a little bit. But the methods that you're using to apply need to go and follow the universal laws. And so helping yourself needs to be safe, effective, and following the laws. And of course, that is even more important when you help others. Because if you help others and it's not the truth or the fundamental truth of the universe, you might end up damaging others, which is even worse than damaging yourself. Or is it? Maybe damaging oneself is even worse. I don't know if you can put that on. Okay, so we are going to create a bright life through following the laws of the universe, working on Jing, Qi, Shen totality, the body, Qi, and mind totality, in order to help ourselves and then help others safe and effectively. Okay, at this point, we're going to take a 5-minute break. It's 10 past 5, so I'll meet you back at in 5 minutes. I will keep this running because otherwise I will have to send you out another link. And go to the toilet and maybe just sit down, relax, or sit back or move around a little bit. And if you want to just lean back a little bit, unless you probably are leaned back, sorry, I'm just so used to sitting upright by now, which is good for chi. And then we'll continue in a few moments. 4 or 5 minutes, no longer. Test. Mhm. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Let's continue. If you see, I have tried a different version of lighting. Not sure if this is better. Maybe it is. Let's continue on with more basics information for Ren Shui and Yuan Gong. Qi is an objective reality. Just think about this for a moment. An objective reality. What does that mean? It's real, is what it means. And it's really important to be able to know about this reality. Let's look at it why. First of all, in an easy way, what exactly is Qi? It's called energy by a lot, it's called life force, it's called life energy. And all of that isn't wrong, but it is only partially wrong. There's a lot of aspects missing. First of all, Qi is a material. It's not an entity. Okay, it's not a deity or entity. It is material. And it is the fundamental building block, the fundamental substance of everything in the universe. Wow. That means that it's made everything that exists in the universe, every planet, every mineral, every element, air, water, anything, everything is Qi, because it is the finest, the most refined, the subtlest material. It's highly refined and very, very subtle and fine. Let's look at it from a different way. So, for example, or maybe no, hold on, sorry, let me, not from a different way just yet. Let's look at a few more aspects of Qi. I'm just trying to find a good way into the whole topic. The fundamental material of everything. It it is the origin of everything and the substance of everything, and um, therefore it is everywhere, which is the word for ubiquity. Okay? Qi has no hold on, let's go here first. So let's look at it a bit practical. For example, of the body, because and then you can apply it to everything else. We have the body, because it's not that easy to actually understand how qi is everything. Okay? There's lots of different types of qi, for example, and but it's just different qualities. So let's look at this practical example first, and then maybe it becomes more of an objective reality for you. And how your body is qi, because obviously your body seems to be quite refined, quite defined. You know, it's hard, right? You can grab it, and qi you can't really just grab like this. You can also grab the table or the chair, right? And you can see the sky, you can see the water, you can swim and float in water. You can actually do all of that with qi, but a little bit different. So let's have a look at that. There's your body. What does your body consist of? Your body consists of body parts. Arms, head, torso, legs. Those consist of other body parts like muscles, bones, nerves, tissues, skin, blood, and so on, organs. All of these body parts consist of what? They're built by cells. Cells, right? You know, you have skin cells and you have blood cells and you have bone cells, you have marrow cells, you have brain cells, the neurons. They all have different names also, but in the end it's all cells. Okay? Right? Lots of cells of bones, bone cells make up a bone. Good. What are cells consistent of? They're consistent of molecular structures or molecules. Huh? You know molecules, for example. What is a molecular structure you're very certain to know? DNA. Remember the double helix, the spiral helixy thingy that you've seen on various pictures? Okay. Your DNA is a molecular structure, and every cell carries this molecular structure of DNA. Let's go further down. Molecules are consistent of, or consist of, atoms. Within the atom, you could now go and say there is an electron and a neutron and a proton. But we go into the next step down, the next fractal down, which is quark. From quantum is one quark. Yeah? So Up until the atoms, we as a human being have no problem to perceive it as a reality. Why? Well, because some very smart people were able to work with atoms. Um, Also, you wonder how smart if we created nuclear power plants and the atom bomb from it. So, um, but we certainly are able to prove it with the now tools of where science is at. Western science is a fabulous, interesting, intriguing aspect of human life, and it is absolutely important in order to get to know ourselves better and important to help ourselves as human beings. But it's on a certain level only, or maybe only is not right, it's just at the level that it is at for now. That means that what we call Western science, or science in itself, is actually at the level that it is, and at the level where it is on, it cannot yet prove G right, because actually they are at the level of quantum, quark. So maybe you know CERN, CERN, the center in Switzerland where they work with that kind of stuff. Yeah, and you know that there is quantum physicists, you know physicists, and then you know atom physicists, and then you know quantum physicists, right? So this all is true, isn't it? This all is a reality. And but for now, most people can work with atoms and quark or quantum physics only within either machines or technology, or in their theory, in their heads. Here we come to the next level. When we go from quantum down, the next level is what physicists or scientists call dark matter. That's called by the scientists like that. Now, dark matter is something that they are assuming, as far as I know. They were starting to be able to physically prove it. Until now, it was a mathematical proof. It's due to mathematical formulas that I cannot explain to you because, first of all, I'm horribly bad in mathematics, and I'm also okay with that. But but you know, you can go ahead and research that if you want. Feel free to research it. Dark matter. The next level down is what the scientists call dark energy, which is so far only a mathematical assumption. It's not mathematically proved like the dark matter. Dark matter is a mathematical proof. Dark energy is a mathematical assumption. This is the level of Qi. Now we're at the level of Qi. And those scientists, which are the Qi practitioners or Qigong practitioners, how you want to call it, are actually the physicists of dark energy. Now, just because in one of the workshops that I taught, it once happened that someone had a very strong reaction to that word. Dark energy is Qi, but it has nothing to do with the word dark or evil or anything, or bad or negative. The scientists just call it that. I think it has to do because for a long time they couldn't prove dark matter, so they called it in the dark. And that's where the thing comes from, dark energy. Because it is Qi, I can tell you it is not dark whatsoever. It's very bright. It's very bright and very vibrant. If you start applying what you learn from me now and in the future, or maybe from me and Janse or any other Ren Shui teacher, you will maybe be able to see Qi one day too, because that's a possibility. Every human being actually has the potential to see Qi. We'll look at that right away a little bit closer. So, dark energy. Let's build it up one more time so you really get it in your head and your heart what you are. Dark energy is Qi. That's the same thing. It's just different names from different aspects. Okay? And a lot of humans have studied and worked with and researched Qi, maybe not so much with here in the West, although it starts, thank goodness it starts. But every Qigong practitioner actually is working with Qi. Every Kung Fu practitioner is working with Qi. Every TCM practitioner is working with Qi. Every acupuncturist is working with Qi. Every person who practices Tai Chi is a Qi practitioner, is a Qi scientist, so to speak. But the fundamental basic is Qigong. Because Qigong is internally observing and finding out, and through the own observation, remember in the life cultivation of Yuan Gong, Xiulian, point 2, learn diligently and observe oneself keenly. This is what Qigong practitioners do, and this is why they have discovered Qi. And a Qigong practitioner is someone who is, through application and learning, but mostly through observing and applying, has found out about Qi. And now it will make sense to you why only through application this knowledge will become yours, because certain achievements or certain, let me just think of a good term here in English, certain conditions have to be met for a human being to be able to observe Qi. If it is visualizing, observing, or sensing it, or being able to work with other aspects of Qi, you need to apply it. You will not just be able to learn about it through reading or hearing. Okay? Application is necessary. And application according to the laws of human life, according to the laws of, not human life, according to the laws of Qi. So the universe has its laws, and there is the universal laws of Qi. And within those, there is the universal laws of human health. That's how you can build it up. Universe, Qi, human laws. And then there's the individual law. By the way, if you're interested, all the other species have laws too. Trees have their own laws. Animals have their own laws. Insects have their own laws. Plants have their own laws. Water, elements have their own laws. Yeah? All universal laws. So let's come back to Qi equaling dark energy. Very bright, by the way. So it's just a scientific name. Qi makes dark matter, builds itself up into dark matter. When you build dark matter up, it forms quark out of quantum science. When you build that up, you become, or you receive, atoms. When you put more atoms together, you receive molecules. Molecules together form molecular structures, and molecules are already structures. So molecular structures, combine them in various ways, you receive various different forms of cells, and different forms of cells various amounts of them in different constellations form specific body parts or other things, right? So cells, there is the possibility of plants, there is the possibility of minerals, all of the elements actually. Elements are molecular structures or atoms, right? So have you been remember your physics out of school or your studies? Body parts, also cells, create specific body parts depending on what information the cells carry, and then from body parts you get into the whole body depending on what body it is: human, animal, plant, mineral, water, whatever. Yeah? The thing. Okay, so it should be fairly clear to you that everything is chi. And now you know why we say that, because it's the building block, the building material for everything. Everything is made out of chi and consists of chi in some level. And here we get to the science of chi more together, but first we're going to look at what is chi, because actually a Qigong practitioner can even has found out even another level. This is human knowledge, really old human knowledge. One thing I want to say here, Western science or even Western medicine is not a thing that we say no to in Ren Shui. We actually very much work together with it and very much appreciate it and very much respect it, because also Qigong practitioners in the olden days, in the ancient days, the ancients knew a lot about Qi and what it is, but they didn't know about atoms, for example, or molecular structures. So there was information missing, and therefore we are actually even more potent and more capable of working with Qi because we have more information. Why is that? It's because what Qi is in a nutshell. Qi is three things, but we call it Qi because at this point you cannot separate it anymore. So you might be able to have one cell separately or one organ separately, one body part. You might be able to have one atom separately. You might be able to have one quark separately. You might be able to look at dark matter as one thing. But Qi is three things, but those three things are always an integral part of one, which is Qi. This is a bit difficult to understand in our usual way of thinking, the logical way, the linear way of A to B to C, or from 1 to 2 to 3. So you just need to imagine there's one whole and three parts, but all the three parts are always one. Okay? So they never consist alone. And the three parts are energy, carrying information, and therefore making material. Maybe it's even easier to go this way. Information is an integral part in energy, and this creates then material. But because those three things are always together, Qi is also material, and energy is, so to speak, also somehow an integral part of material, because it's all one altogether. There is no material without information. There is no information without material or energy. Information needs to be carried by energy, and this forms material. There is no way, that's a universal law. There is no way around that. Okay? So, information, energy, and material, those three things are what we call Qi, And we do call it qi, which is a Chinese word, because we do not have a term in our language for those three things as one. In Sanskrit, the old Indian language, they have it, it's called prana. In Japan, they have it, it's called ki. They would have it in some of the natural folks, tribes. But let's not, I just want to be focusing on what we do here. And since we learned from Yangtze, it's Chinese wisdom culture, so we just use the Chinese word, okay? But that's where you can see again what I've talked before about what is Qigong and exactly the definition of Qigong. Qi is just the Chinese word, but it's information, energy, and material, and this needs to be worked on in the according laws to be safe and healthy and actually effective. There is many types of qi. We in Ren Shui or Yuan Gong mainly work with Yuan qi. Let me just tell you if you have that in your handouts, but there is Yuan qi. We call that, it's the qi of the universe, which is a specific type of qi. This qi, Yuan qi, or you could also call it qi of the nature, or qi of the universe, or original qi, pure qi, okay? Ancient qi sometimes too. We can just call it simply qi, or we call it Yuan qi, is the qi of the universe. This qi is qi on the level before it, it's on the level of Tai Chi, it's called, and it's before it splits into yin and yang, or more specifically, it's qi before it has transformed into the information of two, yin and yang, opposites, or two. So the thing goes like this: there is the Tao, and out of Tao, that's the universal laws, remember? Out of Tao comes one, which is Tai Chi. Out of Tai Chi comes yin and yang, which is two. And out of yin and yang comes three, which is the word sun, doesn't matter. And out of sun come 10,000 things. So there is the universal laws, and under the universal laws, information, energy, and material have formed qi as the origin of everything. So Tao is the origin of everything, but Tao and qi is one. It's a bit complex here. And so from this Tai Chi, qi, yin yang qi is being created. Out of that, lots of things come. Out of two becomes three, but out of three, everything becomes 10,000 things is how the ancients said it, okay? You don't need to remember that. That's an important, what you do need to remember is that the qi that we work with, Yuan qi, or pure original qi from the universe, is not without information, but basically before information is being defined into two. That is important for you to know, because that means that this pure qi can be transformed into everything you need. And here is where we get into the practice of what we learn here. We work with this qi that because, for example, when you have an unhealthy liver, you need more liver qi, or more qi in the liver. Where do you get it from? From the universe, far out there, before it turns into already water qi, or moon qi, or You know what I mean with that? Whatever material it has been formed depends on what information is inside. So, for example, if you need more liver chi, you need pure chi, you insert the information of liver and then make liver cells, which makes more liver. The universe is doing that, by the way. Do you know about that? That you can cut out up to a third or even 2/3? No, I think 1/3 you can have a liver transplant from a living person who can give away 1/3 of their own liver, and then both livers will grow back in both people. Amazing, right? Cell reproduction is reproduction on the DNA level, but actually it is because chi is being constantly supplied to you from the universe. It's the it's an It's infinite. There is abundant, non-ending chi in the universe. And this is another reason why we work with Yuan chi. There is no other resource that is infinite or abundant. That's why it's so important that we humans all learn to work with chi, because we can learn how to transform it into everything. Yes, there is stories in you can Google that, please not right now. You can Google special abilities of what people can do with chi, and some people can do amazing things, and some people can make food, make water, transform water into wine. You've heard that somewhere maybe, if you're familiar with Christianity. Um, you can walk on water because you can dance the chi within the water. Water is just chi. Chi is everywhere, it is everything. That you would have to do a lot of practice for, probably, or develop some special abilities, which we'll talk about a bit later. Okay, so let's come back to the fundamentals. Chi is everywhere, and this chi, the pure original chi, is in the universe before it turns into yin yang, without any specific or specified information of two. So it's still the whole potential and possibility is still in it. This chi is highly refined and of high quality. Of course, it's completely pure. It's without specified information. Okay, and I will teach you how you can get that chi, to put it into your liver, your breasts, if you have some disease in your breasts, if you have in your kidneys, in your bones, in your finger, in your head, wherever you have pain. We'll talk about this right away. So you can put it into wherever you need it to, and it will do its thing, like it is doing within the body of a woman or any female. The chi is being injected through conception, and then cells are being formed, first atoms and cells, and then chi keeps coming, and information is being added according to the universal laws. So the universe is building the baby through further injecting chi and supplying you with this fundamental building material. And it doesn't stop when you get born. You keep growing, 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 growing up, and then we keep growing in here, hopefully. And that's why it's important to sustain ourselves with chi and do not use up a lot of chi, because we need this vehicle to carry this and this, so to speak, and to be able to live and do actions with this and this, to have a purpose. Let's come back to Yuan Chi. Yuan Chi is, remember, highly refined, really amazing quality of Chi, pure. You can we can make it with a little analogy here. if you want apple juice, what you take pure water and you put the information of apple inside, either through concentrate or through apples. Yes. So you make apple juice, but the pure thing is always water. And then you put information in. If you want orange juice, you put the information of orange in. And the same way it works with pure chi. You want a spleen, you put spleen chi in. You want healthier bones, you put bone chi in. You put pure information, you put information into the pure chi, and it will turn itself into the material of bone. It's very simple. It's not complex whatsoever. It might be much more complex of when you go into the details, but in it simplistically said, there is the pure chi, and you insert information, or the universe inserts information, and this is the material you will get. Okay? So there's many types of chi. There is the chi of the moon, the chi of Saturn, Uranus. There's the chi of the Milky Way. There is, always with its according laws. There is the chi of the universe. There is the chi of water. There is the chi of food and grain, which is the chi which is in plants and other things. And then there is human chi. Always depending on what information has been put into this original Yuan chi, the chi of nature. Human chi carries the quality of a human. And here we have three different qualities. Natural qualities, social qualities, and consciousness qualities. Now, I won't be able to completely do this step by step, but we'll figure it out. The natural qualities of human chi actually are the same as universal chi. Interesting, hey? Well, why is that? You probably know already why. I've told you already. So there's the universe, and there's a human, and the human is within the universe. Human is an integral part of the universe. That means everything consists of universal chi, and that must mean that human chi is made out of universal chi, and that means that universal chi needs to have, logically, or just according to the laws, because it's made out of natural universal chi, human chi has the same natural qualities as universal chi. So as long as I'm talking now about human chi, natural qualities of human chi or natural human chi, always you can think dually. It's in the universe, it's like that, but it's also like that in a human. Okay? So first we have three big words: integration, ubiquity, and totality. Naturally integrated. It's very clear already when I talked about information, energy, and material. It's always one, right? It's always an integral part. The universe, a human being wouldn't exist without the universe. And without the universe, a human being wouldn't exist either. Or other way around, the universe wouldn't exist without the human being the way it exists right now. We'll learn about that more when we are at the consciousness qualities. Okay, so this is getting very detailed, but it's interesting to just hear it for a little bit. So you might want to have to rewatch this a few times, and you can rewatch this in 10 years, and you will see, when you have applied what you've learned and done the methods, the training, you will understand this every year a little bit different, a little bit more. It's really interesting process. It's a very uplifting process and totally intriguing. Super, super interesting. At least for me. I hope this is for you as well. Ubiquity. So integration, it's always integrated in something else, and that means that it's always in connection with everything else, somehow, via the chi, okay? And it's always somehow part of something else. This is why it's so necessary that we have methods that work within the totality, which is our next word. Or let's go to ubiquity first. Ubiquity is just a fancy word for everywhere. Everything, everywhere. Yeah. Why is that? Because there is something like Shen Qi, the Qi of consciousness of a human being. And Shen Qi goes everywhere without being restricted to the body, the physical body. Ubiquity also in a human being, or the natural quality of human chi is ubiquity everywhere, also because of one really interesting aspect. You might want to highlight that in your notes or write it out one more time. This is important. Yuan chi or chi constantly transforms from non-physical into physical, and from physical into non-physical. Meaning, for easier understanding for you, it's like chi turning into air, air turning into water, water turning into body. Or like in atoms, if you have, looked into atom physics, atoms are there, and then they're not there, and then they're there again. And and the electrons and neutrons, they're spinning around, and the core of the atom, the kern, is that the English word for core? I think the core is there and then not there. This is because chi is constantly transforming from physical into non-physical, into physical, into non-physical. And this keeps going on all the time, like with our body too. We live, we die, we live, we die, we live, we die. The cells, you're constantly reproducing cells as long as you live. Did you know that you get 20,000 blood cells alone every second? Every second you get 20,000 blood cells. All 270 days, give a little, leave a little. 270 days, all the cells within your entire skeletal system, all your bones have replaced each cell once in 270 days, more or less. Your liver is completely renewed by cells between 3 to 6 weeks, depending on the person. Your intestinal lining has exchanged all the cells in 3 days, every single 3 days. Do you know how a dog, a searching dog, finds you, or let's say a criminal? How do they keep tracking you? Not you, you're not a criminal, I hope. If you are, not a problem, you're welcome in Ren Shui to work on your life and to make your life better. So what, what, how does a dog find a human being when they're tracking them? It's an interesting little fact. Because of the skin cells we constantly shed. Have you ever seen yourself sitting anywhere without skin? No. But you're constantly shedding skin cells. This is because your whole human body is being consistently nourished with qi from the universe, and the whole human laws within the anatomy and physiology are constantly changing skin and constantly rebuilding cells. It's called cell reproduction. It's super interesting. You can maybe research Dr. Bruce Lipton. He explains this very amazingly, how how the DNA sleeve is being removed, and then the information is being read, and then proteins are being built around. A new cell is going to be built while the other one dies off. It's super interesting. Biology is super cool. Cell biology even more. But qi is even more cooler because it's the fundament and you can explain everything with it. Okay? So just to want to say, it is the fundament, but we're no fundamentalists. Okay? We take the totality of life, which brings us from ubiquity and everywhere to the third natural quality, within the first point of natural qualities of human qi, which is totality. Simply said, I'm running out of time, but no problem, we have tons of time. Simply said, totality means what? The whole, everything, all the time, integrated within everything. Total. We like to use this word totality in Ren Shui because of one particular reason. There is many systems in healthcare who call themselves to be working holistically. They use the word holistically. This is why we would like to use a different term, and that's why we use totality a lot in Ren Shui. First of all, because life and the universe in itself is a totality, as well as human life, or a human is a totality. Even a grain of sand is a totality. That's how the Chinese say it, right? You can learn the totality of the universe within the grain of dust, even not only sand, dust, they say. So the information of everything in the universe is contained in a grain of sand, or a fossil of dust. So integration, ubiquity, and totality are actually, again, not able to be separated somehow. They belong into each other, and it's a natural quality of human qi. Let's see, there is physical qi, which is highly, highly dense qi. Okay, so remember, everything turns from physical into non-physical. So there's the super highly refined universal qi, which you cannot see or smell. It has no color, it has no odor, it has no no specific information. So it can be transformed into everything, and it can be condensed like a snowball. First you have fluffy snow, and when you take a lot of fluffy snow and you press it together, you have a snowball, and you can hit someone. It can really hurt when the snowball is really, really tight. It can even turn to ice, very dense. So that's how you can use this analogy to what happens with qi. There's chi everywhere, and then it's being pressed together into atoms, into cells, into body parts, and then you have a whole body, so to speak. Yeah. But still, because there's still chi inside this body part, the body part, because the material in itself is chi, so and the chi also carries information always. So can you see, information, energy, and material is always one. And that's the totality. And a human body, man, actually, hold on, wrong, not a human body. A human is the totality of body, chi, and consciousness, information. Good. Let's leave it at that. You can do some more thinking on that. And we get some more about totality along the way, I think. We'll hear some more about totality. Just know that it's important to work on the body, on your chi, and your consciousness, balanced and respectively on all three aspects. Because if you work only with one aspect, you are limiting very much. And of course, if you're limited, some things might not come to be, for example, health and happiness. The next aspect we're looking at within the natural qualities of Qi is the basic movements of Qi in the universe as well as in a human body or a human. Open and close, or disperse and gather. So opening and dispersing and closing and gathering are basic movements of Qi everywhere, and it does so within spirals. If you're interested in that, I haven't written that into your handouts. The spirals, Qi is always moving in spirals, while opening and closing, while dispersing and gathering. So it actually closes like this, comes in like this, and goes out like this. Okay? This is easy to observe. How? You can observe nature. Have you ever seen a leaf dancing in the wind? When you Have you ever observed the water in toilet? When you flush water, how is it doing? It goes down in spirals. It goes away in spirals, right? What is the DNA doing? It's a spiral, right? So Qi moves in spirals, and that's why everything else also moves in spirals and circles. Okay? The weather, how a storm comes together, you can see the vortexes, of spiraling into. Have you ever seen a twister? I haven't seen one live, only on TV. But can you see the spiral movement? This is because wind is Qi, and Qi moves in spirals. It's the basic movement. Opening and closing, dispersing and gathering, and it happens all within spiral movements. Good. Opening and closing, we can see that very well. Our lungs open and close, our hearts open and closing, our blood vessels open and close, our muscles open, tense and relax, open and close. Yeah? Our eyes open and close, the pupils open and close. So can you see, it's the natural movement of the universe, and it's also the same within a human being. Gathering and dispersing, we have seen it from the DNA and the whole, let's see, cell reproduction is what I wanted to say. Yeah? We gather cells, we disperse cells. We gather food, we disperse food. Okay. The next aspect we're going to look at is another natural quality of qi, of humans as well as the universe. And that is really important, and that's the quality of retaining or storing information, and also conveying or transmitting information. So these 2 or 4 qualities qi is doing. This is very important for you to know as well. That's why it's in the basics. Information is being stored. Energy is being stored in material. Material is being stored. The potential of material is being stored within the energy. And the information is also being stored in the material. This is why it's so important that we work on all 3 aspects of understanding of life situations, because if you've had some traumatic experiences in your life, the information of that is being stored in your cells, in the qi. It's not in the cells really, it's not in the DNA either. DNA is information in itself as well, because it's qi. And qi contains and retains and stores information. But you can also transmit it and convey it. And that also means you can disperse it. So you can gather and disperse information as well. But you can only do that often when you can actually work on the fundamental material, which is qi. And this is now also the explanation, or here you have the explanation for why often people can still heal things with qi and the work of consciousness, a good qigong method, and working on consciousness, and not with other methods. This is why often people talk about miracles when it comes down to qi healing. But actually it's not a miracle at all, it's simple knowledge. And if every human being would work with on the level of qi for their health and on the level of consciousness, because we come to that with human qi when we're going on the consciousness aspect. Consciousness is actually what puts in most of the information into your energy, determining what material you have within the human being. Okay, so working on qi gives you the possibility and the potential to actually get rid of old injuries. Doesn't matter. Problems of 30, 50, 60 years. I had knee pain since the age of 16 up until I was 32, and then I had another 2.5 years knee pains because I've been working. We learn about that when we're with the qi reactions. But after 2.5 years, 16 years of knee pains were gone. Old injuries and overexertion from over exercising, doing extreme sports, and having a lot of fear as well. You can learn more about that in Yuan. Again, the 4th method. So, where we work on organ qi. Remember, qi is retaining and storing information. It's a natural quality of the universal qi and of human qi. And it also can convey and transmit it, as well as gather and disperse information. Okay? It's completely normal. There's no mystery and no magic and no miracle to it. Also, life is a miracle a little bit, but it's not mysterious. A fairly good high-level Qigong practitioners can explain every Qigong practitioner can explain every mystery. There is no mystery in the world. There is only knowledge and wisdom. And the universal laws, not me. I have a lot of answers, but not yet all. But I can give you a lot of answers. For now, you'll be fine for a while with me to learn from me. I'm pretty sure Janse has all the answers. Also, he for sure, humble as he is, would say he doesn't. But I know he does. So far, he has always an answer on every question. But then again, by now, I already have an answer on any question you might have. I'm pretty fairly sure of that. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. This is what you get when you learn from Janse and the universal laws. Not from every Qigong teacher. I'm allowed to say that, right? I'm in awe of the life cultivation level of Janse. Also, he says he's a beginner. So there you go. Gong Ching. Total respect and humility. 5 Shin quality. One of the 5 heart qualities of a human being, which we have to develop and work on with effort. And it's mostly joy, but sometimes hard work and sometimes difficult. Let's come back to Qi. The 4th point, qualities, natural qualities of human Qi is autonomy, initiative, and the ability to grow. Let's look at that. It's autonomous. You don't need a machine to make your heart keep going, right? I mean, hopefully you don't. It is autonomously doing its thing. Do you have to make yourself breathe? Although on some level it is. But do you have to make your blood flow? On some level it is. There's no absolute in the universe. But for now, we stick with the simple with the simple context of the whole thing. So Qi flows autonomously. It opens and closes constantly. The whole universe opens and closes. This is why your lungs open and close. This is why, all of these things. Cell reproduction, you're not having to sit there controlling all the cell reproduction, which, any of the 20,000 blood cells each second, you do not create them consciously, do you? So autonomy, initiative means it can initiate processes, initiate change. Actually, here we are. This last part is mostly because of the consciousness qualities. So the natural qualities, the social qualities, and the consciousness qualities, especially the consciousness qualities, they are again a totality. Actually, you cannot separate them from each other. I have to talk linear about them because I can only talk about one thing at a time. But this is not the reality of human life. It's not the reality of totality. This is only the limitation through language. Within the heart-to-heart transmission, I can send you the total information of that. So, but depends of if you can pick it up or not already, if you can work with it. So that's why I teach verbally right now about this. Autonomy and initiation or initiative and the ability to grow. um, is part of consciousness qualities, or it's a natural part of human, because a natural part of human is consciousness. Human without consciousness does not exist. Like human without chi doesn't exist, or human without body does not exist. It's not a human then, right? It's a ghost without body, and a human without consciousness is probably an animal or some other species, but it's not a human. So, but because consciousness is a natural part of human chi, it's also a natural quality of chi, of the human being. I hope I was able to make that clear to you. So, autonomy refers to consciousness as well. Human consciousness can autonomously initiate change. It can autonomously make decisions, you know, it can initiate processes, and it has the ability to grow. But also human chi has the ability to grow. You can, for example, gather more dantian chi. We'll hear more about that. The ability to grow refers mainly The ability to grow refers mainly to the development of potential. This is why we need to work on chi as a human being, to be able to develop our full potential. You can reach a lot when you develop your body. You can reach a lot when you develop your consciousness and all the aspects of it. Imagination, creativity, intellectually. You can develop. And it's a natural quality, because all of that is chi in its material. All your thoughts are chi, actually. But when you work with chi, you can work on the fundament, and then you can grow the potential of the ordinary abilities. We know that, right? You can improve the function of seeing. For example, a blind person can improve their function for hearing or sensing highly. So you can improve the ordinary abilities, or you can become a very good at something like mathematics, not me, sports, movement, Yuan Gong practice. First, the movements might look a little bit edgy or cornery, and with time they look really nice and round and beautiful and soft and gentle. And how they're supposed to look like, because they look like chi moving naturally. So you can develop potential within ordinary abilities. Then you can develop potential within special abilities. Special abilities is what we call the abilities of consciousness of a human being that are actually natural. So it's completely normal to have them, but they are individual to every human being. So not every human being has the same special abilities. And also they require a high level of chi amount, which we get to right away. And they also require a high level of quality of chi and a very high level of flow, which now I have actually stepped forward into the next aspect, or the next thing I wanted to talk about. So we have to move in spirals actually to convey you the information, to transmit the information to you. Can you observe that? I often have to go forward and backward and go a little bit ahead, so then some things might be fuzzy or not really clear, and then I get to the point what I need as an integral part of the other thing I've talked about, and then it suddenly makes all sense again. But as I said, verbally I can only go one word at a time and one topic at a time, so to speak. Let's see, special abilities. I'm just going to name you a few, and don't judge them for now. Don't think if you can't believe that or not. It's all been experienced and people have done this or can do these things, okay? So you can Google that. There's lots of interesting things out there, but the internet is also the internet, okay? So you can first of all have telekinetic possibilities. You can move things without touching. You can make things disappear and appear at another level, at another place, on a very high level. You can do that with yourself. Once you have practiced enough Yuan Gong or worked with Qi, and you're very familiar with the Qi Gong, with the movements of Qi and the mechanism of Qi, and you have the knowledge, and you have developed this potential, the special ability, you can maybe even appear at will and disappear at will. Then you don't need airplanes anymore, which would be very healthy for the planet, which is another reason why we all should work. So eventually we can travel by turning physical Qi into non-physical and non-physical Qi into physical. You might think, okay, here we are now at Star Trek, you know, beam me up, Scotty. Well, actually, this is an idea coming out of human consciousness, out of human Shen, and it is, this idea can be have had because it's a reality within the universe. Okay, so you will have to practice a lot to be able to achieve that. Plus, it has to be part of your individual Tao, of your individual law. But if you practice this life a lot, and next life a lot, and next life a lot, you might then have the ability to appear and reappear at will, which actually is the future understanding of what a human being and a human society could look like. But that might be too far ahead for the basic course, but still, I want to give you a little glimpse into the potential future of human beings. Yes? More special abilities, so telekinetic, telepathy. You know it under those words, telekinesis, telepathy, and stuff like that. You know, we just call it moving objects or moving Qi. Why is that so great to develop? We can move a chair from here to there? No. Yeah, move ourselves without damaging the planet would be great. Moving a tumor out of us, if we have a tumor inside, just disperse it, just move it out into the universe where it turns back into pure Qi and is refined, purified there right away, would be very helpful if we look at how many humans have tumors currently. Yes? So moving objects is quite a good thing to have, quite a good special ability to have. Yanse has this ability also. Hold on, sorry. Yanse says, I have no special abilities. Because for him, they're all very normal abilities. And we only call them special because they're so individual and because right now, it's very seldom that human beings have special abilities. Other special abilities are, for example, being able to have the sight, far sight, to be able to see thousands of kilometers away, microscopic sight. You'll be able to look into the molecular structure of a stone or look inside. You might be able to retain information or from the past, meaning you might be, Yanse talks about a person, a friend of him in China, who is able to see, who has sat on this chair for the last 1,000 years or something, which is quite funky. Imagine how many human beings would sit in each other on this chair. Um, you'll see on my laughter that this is some aspect of I haven't experienced it. So I have to probably use an old pattern of mine, which is laughing a little bit in a funny way, because I haven't, it's not my knowledge. Okay? So here we go. I've been just very open with you and told you one of my patterns. Kind of, I don't know if it's unhealthy, but anyway, it's a pattern. Um, Special abilities. You can know information from the future, but here I one word of twice. We don't do psychic stuff, and we don't in Renshui, we don't give psychic information because information can constantly change. Write this down. Everything is constantly changing in the universe. Nothing stays the same. Chi is constantly changing in the universe. Everything can be healed. If you follow the universal laws, if you go against them, everything can become sick. A human being who has followed the human laws all their life and starts to not following them will eventually become sick. In the positive way, a human being who hasn't been able to follow the laws and learns about the laws and starts to learn about Qi and the totality of Qing, the body, Qi and Shen, the mind, consciousness, will eventually be able to follow the laws and will be able to heal himself or herself. In what time? That is open to, depending on lots of factors, like how much someone practices, how fast someone can change, how fast someone can transform the patterns of the consciousness, of the behavior, of the habits, of the lifestyle. How long, how fast, yes? How long time we are involved in that. So there's lots of factors to that. So much to special abilities. There's many of them, interesting ones. Direct knowing, for example, is the psychic things, you know. So we don't call it psychic, we call it direct knowing. It takes away of the negative connotation. So you could, for now, know the information of a person, but if that person is a very damaged person who does a lot of erratic things and you never know what they do, so a very sick person in either body or mind, then you never know what they're gonna do. So how, you know, so they do something and you might be able to see that, but in 3 days they might be doing something else. And so that's why we don't ever, you know, if you develop the special ability, you do not tell people about their future. The present, here and now. Also, you do not tell them about their past. We do not do that in Ren Shui. Why? Because who knows if it's right, if it's not conveyable, if it's not provable, no need. Everything that is here and now, that information, if it's still stored, if it's unhealthy, we work on dispersing it and clearing it, transforming it, and we can do that in the here and now. We do not need the past. If you do know the past for sure, like you have been in an accident or you have been through this and this experience, then we can work on that information consciously. But again, according to the laws of life, and rather not thinking about it, because that strengthens the information, right? So we'll learn that in consciousness. The third aspect is the ability to grow within the development of the potential of wisdom. How do we do that? Well, that is simple. We learn diligently, observe oneself keenly, act out of good intention and kindness, transform patterns, uplift Shen and consciousness. We work on the body, Qi and Shen, so that the consciousness gets better, the body gets better, the Qi gets better quality and more, and better flowing, and we help ourselves and help others. And the more we follow the laws of the universe and the more we experience them, the more we have gained wisdom. And the more we're able to uphold and live the standard of health, the more wisdom we have. Yeah? So, good. My clock is just giving up the time, which the battery, sorry. This is so much to the natural qualities of qi. Let's come to the social qualities of qi, which is simple and straightforward. A human being needs social interactions and social contact to other human beings. Otherwise, it will not become a real, true human being. We can see that with feral childs, for example, children who are raised by animals, they might not even walk upright. So this is how we can see how absolutely important it is for us to live with humans, interact with humans. We are being influenced by humans and the social environment, and we can influence humans and the social environment. It is necessary for our survival, it is necessary for our activities. And the activities of our social environment will influence us. So this is the quality of the qi taking it on, and this is also the quality of our qi taking it off. You see that, I've had this beautiful experience when when there's problems, people gather together and help each other in extreme situations. Yeah. It's a really wonderful quality of us that we have compassion and love for others and ourselves, and that we are trying to be social and need social. Respectively, you can also understand how human beings can become the human being that they are. If someone had a very difficult, problematic life growing up, a lot of hatred, they had to experience a lot of hatred, a lot of social pressure, a lot of discrimination, a lot of pain inflicted on them, physically or emotionally or mentally, they will have this information stored in their chi, and therefore their behavior and thoughts will look like that. Me. So, to looking at the quality of qi and the social qualities of human qi is really necessary to know about and to look into a lot. In order to be truly respectful to everything and everybody. And in order to be able to develop ourselves healthy and follow the laws of health. The third quality of qi, of human qi, is the quality of consciousness. And this is really the thing that makes us humans specific or special in the universe. First of all, you see on your handouts, you see qi follows human shen. Now shen is the overall everything of the consciousness as mind consciousness, soul, spirit, imagination, logical thinking. All of that is shen. Yes? Consciousness is the activities of Shen. Okay? We call it E, Y-E. So consciousness is the activities of Shen, and it is forming Shen. So Shen is the base for consciousness, and consciousness is transforming Shen as well. So with consciousness we do our thinking, but we also do our imagination with it, our sensing with it, our seeing with it, our hearing. So the abilities, the special abilities, the ordinary abilities, ordinary abilities are logic, intellectual thinking, imagination, creativity, discerning, judging, learning, all of these things, plus seeing, hearing, feeling, talking, walking, doing things. Those are the ordinary abilities, the special abilities we talked about, and the ability for wisdom and growth and development, realization. The physical aspect of that is the brain and the nervous system. So, but Shen actually it's just a physical base for the consciousness. Actually, Shen is also a form of Qi. And actually, here it comes. It's the very special thing that makes us so special as human beings. It has autonomy over Qi. Shen Qi, the Qi of Shen, is a highly refined, high quality Qi. It's very similar to universal Qi. Yuan Qi, remember when I talked about Yuan Qi, the original Qi of the universe? So our human Shen Qi is a very highly refined Qi material, like the universal Qi. That's why they can work together, and this is why, and that's the secret of Qigong, human Shen can order Qi to do. It's the master of Qi. That's why human Shen, consciousness, is the master over life. And this is why we carry the responsibility about our own life, because we have autonomy and initiative and the ability to grow and develop, to initiate change. We can determine how our life looks like. We can gather and disperse information. We can transform unhealthy patterns and unhealthy information into healthy information. We can exchange them. We can do all of this autonomously and with our Shen. And this quality is the same quality almost as the universal Qi. Universal Qi also has intelligence. It also has autonomy. It also has initiative. But human Shen is mastering that. First, there was only universal Qi, and I don't have time to go into the origin of that. This is a different class at all, altogether. How the universe, how Tao came to be, and how universal Qi has developed. You know quite a lot about that through what science has so far found out. About Qi, there's a whole lot big gap there, but Janssen knows about that and told us about it, but I don't have time to teach you that in the basics course. But at some stage, universal Qi became to be, and then universal Qi manifested into, all the other things. And then the planet started to form, and on-planet life started to transform, and human Shen developed to this highly refined quality. And now humans is a very high level form of life, but there's no, how do you call it? Upwards, there's no limit. We can further develop. And it's necessary, I think, when we look at the state of the human world for now. We're almost over the point of destruction of our own planet, of our own habitat. And it comes from our own patterns of consciousness, our unhealthy patterns like jealousy, arrogance, ignorance, greed, fears, and so on. So we need to work on that, because only when every individual works on that, which can only every individual self autonomously do, like this, we can then make the social structures better, and then the relationships between different social environments, and then we can maybe stop the complete destruction of our habitat and ourselves, our life. It's all possible if you can follow the human laws, and therefore you need Qi. So far about the consciousness quality. Consciousness quality, this is why Qigong is not only movements. Remember, we're using the breath, postures and movements, and the consciousness. And the consciousness is the most important aspect, because we need three aspects for a healthy, for health, sorry. I know it's getting a lot of information, but now we're going to close it up, because you might have asked yourself, how can I restore health within Qi? With Qi, how does it work all together? Where does sickness come from? Why is health disappearing? And there is three aspects only. You learn how to take care of those three aspects, and you will be able to do all of that yourself. And for a while you might need help until you have practiced and applied enough so you can have all these abilities. But actually you have the ability already now. Children have this ability already, actually. Okay? So there's no need for doubting you or thinking that you can't. Let's see. The three aspects of where health comes from, or what we need for health, is number one, the amount of Qi, a lot. Number two, the flow of Qi, good, unrestricted, unblocked, free-flowing, smooth Qi. So free-flowing and smooth, balanced flow. And number three is very high quality of Qi, of every Qi. Where does the quality come from? From the type of information that is in the Qi. Okay? So if you have unhealthy information, the Qi will be of low quality, or even damaging or pernicious Qi. Sheer Qi. Sheer Qi, it's called. Which, with what you learn in this basics course, you will know how to disperse unhealthy information, and how to disperse unhealthy Qi, and how to transform this unhealthy Qi. So then it will get healthier, and it will get from higher quality. The main aspect of where the information comes from, let's look at the amount first. The amount of Qi comes through healthy living, good sleep, good rest, eating, drinking, the Qi of food, of grain and water, it's called, the Qi of grain and water, and breathing. Breathing brings in a lot of Qi. The Qi comes from the universe, we bring it in, we learn how to do that. Qigong practice, Yuan Gong practice, is one of the biggest ways of actually getting Qi. If you only get Qi through food, drink, breathing, and sleeping, a lot of people are sick, we can see, because they don't follow the laws, the human laws in these areas. Not eating enough is not healthy whatsoever. Not drinking enough is not healthy whatsoever. I mean, water. Not sleeping enough is not healthy whatsoever. Um, being constantly under stress and pressure is not healthy whatsoever. You know any human beings who keep saying, I need a bit of stress, a little bit of stress is healthy because it keeps me going, it keeps me motivated, it keeps me, um, you know, no, pressure and stress isn't healthy. We know that actually. Yeah? Okay. Amount. The flow comes from, first of all, there's different types of qi. For example, there's the qi of the membranes, there's qi of the channels, there's qi of the organs, called pure organ qi. There is Dantian qi, which we will hear a lot about in the future of these 2 days, or the 16 hours. There is Wei Qi, protective Qi, which moistens the skin and protects us, and not only skin, all the surroundings. There is Cheng Qi, which is upright Qi, a healthy Qi. There is Shir Qi, unhealthy Qi. There is Yuan Qi, the Qi of the universe. There is Shen Qi. So we have got a lot of different types of qis, and we need to work on all of them. We need to know about all of them. There is not just channel qi, for example, that you work on in the meridians, okay? So there's the qi of food and water, of water and grain, it's called. So lots and lots of different qi, and all of those qi need good flow. They need to be able to spiral in and out and open and close in its natural, unrestricted, unlimited, or unhindered way. And there's different types for how we get the flow good going. So movements and postures are some, but unrestricted, free flow thinking and a healthy state of consciousness is another one. And the information, the quality of the qi mainly comes from information, but also, again, those three aspects, the amount, the flow, and the quality, again, are a totality. So, good quality qi comes from a good amount and good flow. Good flow comes from good information and good flow, good amount. A good amount of qi also comes through good quality and good flow of the qi, because qi is also being delivered together somewhere to be able to form an amount. And if the qi is not carrying very good information, it might not reach the place, get stuck somewhere else where the information is similar, and that's how maybe sickness can spread. Yeah, when we have a lot of sick information and qi keeps coming in, it might spread, because every information that qi is being added will be strengthened. So it is necessary to work on the information. How do we do that? Or where does information come from for the quality? Where? Number one, the external. Number two, the internal. External is how we said the social environment. You know, if you grow up in a land of full of Muslims, you will probably not become a Christian as a child. Later on is something different once you have developed, you know, once you can choose. But your social environment is highly imprinted, and from your parents, of course, from your family, from the people you meet, your teachers in school. Whatever you come across will influence you and will store information according to that within you. So that's the external, as well as the nature, the universe. So whatever is going on in all of the universe will influence you. Whatever is going on in nature, you know, will also influence you. So if you will be, you probably will be a healthier person if you're a lot in pure nature. rather than only the city. Um, Probably there is no absolute in the universe. Absolute, it doesn't exist. There's always yin and yang in everything, basically, except maybe the original chi, the Tao of Tao. But still, the Tao is constantly changing. Remember, everything always changes in the universe, and so the universe laws also do change. That's what makes it also so difficult to follow them, because you might be good following them for 50 years, which most of us don't and didn't. And then they might, you might have to apply different laws. So that's why you need to learn about Qi yourself. You can't have a teacher telling you, do this, do this, do this for the rest of your life. You need that to learn. Yes, you need a teacher to learn and some help in the beginning, maybe first 10, 20 years, but eventually you will develop self-autonomy. And that's what Rentre is all about, to become this natural human being with self-autonomy and wisdom. The biggest aspect comes from internal, here and here, the state of consciousness. The state of consciousness, please write that down. Also, it's written somewhere when we work on the second method. Relaxed, calm, and natural. Unified. A healthy state of consciousness. This is mainly where the information comes from, the healthy state of consciousness. If you're relaxed, you can think well and clearly. If you're calm, you can think well and clearly. That's when you will be natural, not distorted, without behaving in a way that the social pressure has asked you to be. Natural behaving means to be peaceful and harmonious and in balance. Like the universe, it's the natural state of the universe is balance and in harmony. And this would be a natural state of the human being. If you're not calm, relaxed, and natural all the time, you will not be able to follow the human laws for health, and therefore you probably will be sick. That's why Qi is getting sicker, and when Qi is getting sicker, remember, Qi is going into dark matter, into quark, into atoms, into molecular structures, into cells. When Qi is unhealthy, all of this will go unhealthy, unhealthy, unhealthy. Eventually, the cells will be unhealthy, and eventually, when cells are unhealthy, the cell reproduction won't be able to reproduce healthy cells at some stage anymore, because there's no healthy Qi coming in to nourish the cell reproduction, and eventually body parts will get sick, and that's when disease and pain show up. So we need to make sure that we think according to the laws of life. We need to make sure that we feel according to the laws of life, and we need to make sure that we are able to autonomously uphold a healthy state of consciousness, which is calm, relaxed, and natural, unified of Jing, Qi, and Shen being one at all times. And with this, we're going to stop for today, and tomorrow we're going to continue and start learning a few exercises and some practice tomorrow and next week as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. For now, we're just going to draw Qi back, and because we haven't learned that yet, we're just going to follow my lead, looking straight forward, and just close your eyes gently. Think of all the things you have heard today. Just imagine spreading out around you and draw all this information through think inside the center of your head. And then open your thoughts again to around you and draw in to the center of your abdomen, which is called, there's a lower dantian. All the information of today is stored within your whole being, and you will be able to use it to better your health and life, to heal your entire life. If you have sit cross-legged, which probably most of you haven't just yet, I haven't also explained why, make sure that your legs, Qi is all the way down. You can guide Qi down a little like this for tapping just all the way down to your feet and up, which we're gonna learn as well tomorrow or next time. And I thank you so much for listening, and I hope that you can use this information, and I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Yuan Tong Ling Ming.